Alright, well, let's go live. Woo! Alright. May forego the music today, we'll see. Now, what am I doing before I decided to go live? I'm looking at my tweezers, which are over here. Because I accidentally knocked a component off. And of course I don't notice it until after I solder everything on. And make it extremely difficult to get to. Let's grab the scope. What is that wire? Is that a... Oh, it's this. Okay. And that just changes everything. Alright, well. Jason's #1? Oh my word. That is unusual. And my microphone's not working right. Let me reroute and mono out my microphone. There we go. Close that down. Man, Jason being #1 just blows me away. Jason Makina, DevTech, Nevin, Horny, Makina. I already said Makina. How you guys doing today? I don't know if I want to do music on today's stream or not. It was kind of impromptu. There we go. Ultrasonic will make that nice and clean. I am missing... I didn't solder in my 3.3 volt. Knew something looked weird. Oh, wow. Who is messaging me? As soon as I go live, somebody starts pinging me like crazy. Huh? Oh, that's the YouTube Fixer channel. Alright. Telling me I went live. Guess I should have expected that. Got some harnesses in for 1.0, 1.1 power supplies, so trying to get a couple of these built and ready to go. I haven't. Oof, I've done that before. Nevin, that's no fun. I may have cut that one a little short. We'll see. I was going to say, I don't think there's much of a difference there. Need one more part. And yes, horny, nice, pretty cables, custom made, just for yours truly. I need to remember the order that I put everything in. Color code, slightly different. There. Because, oop, hang on. I'm putting these in backwards. Can I zoom in on this? Should be able to zoom in on that. Why is it not zooming? Alright, let's see how that looks for a bit. Frame rate looks a little weird. Damn, these are tough. Started at the wrong end. I was supposed to start at pin 12, not pin 1. Let's make sure these lock in nicely now. This, this was the knockoff one. It doesn't have the Hawko stuff and the miscolored, but it's nice. Not gonna lie. Okay. So, need to hold it this way, not this way, but this way. Because that is my power OK. This is my power on. Hopefully I don't have those backwards. Ground. Ground. What do you guys think? Should I get some music on? Hands are a little fiddly today. Ground. Ground. I'm using this as a reference. Ground, ground, ground. Next is my switch. My 3.3. Get out of there. 5, 5, 5, and because I made a total bonehead move when I ordered my cables, I forgot to order yellow for 12 volt, so it's purple, which is an error from another order. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like it without music. Kind of think I should have music. I don't know. You guys tell me. Alright, so this one's together. This is my, it's a faulty parts. Where did my, oh, here they are. Grab another. Oh, and this is also faulty. We're not going to do this one. Never seen this before. I'll show you guys. Where is it? Here it is. So this is kind of weird. This dark spot right here, that's not flux. That's a defect in the board. I can physically feel it indented in there. It's kind of weird. Never seen that before. It's like there's a buildup of the silk screen right here and just a big old divot. It's like there is a defect in the FR4. So I'm not going to trust this to give somebody, so I'll either turn this into a test board or parts board. Probably a parts board. No, it's not the mask. It's, like I said, there you can feel there's a buildup of the mask right here, but then there's like a big old, probably 1/8 of an inch divot right there. It's really weird. Alright, so we're not going to use that one. Matter of fact, mark it as parts. Which means I need to build another one of these boards, which is fine. Where was I? That's supposed to be gone. That's right. It's all right. Okay. Go back to here. Hey, Pushel. I could get the spray paint out, Horny, or I could just do what, you know, a Sparky would do and just get some yellow electrical tape and wrap around the one end. Okay, I need this. I need this. One of those. Already have one of those. One of those. Need a green. 4 blacks. And 3 red. It kind of surprises me how expensive just plain wire can be. Just stabbed the corner of the board into my thumbnail. That hurt like hell. And yes, as you can tell, I haven't gotten any further with my open xeniums. Alright. Well, where was I? I just mixed cables. Great! Wasn't thinking there now, was I? Do I have a 3D model available for the part around the USB-C port? That's not a bad idea, Horny. Whoa, where'd my camera go? Oh, is my camera going to crash? Come on. Yeah, it's going to reboot. Of course. Stand by, technical difficulties. We're off to a good start. We'll use this camera. So, to answer your question, Nevin, if you look in the upper right hand corner of the screen, I do. And I have one ready for the crystals. Each power supply I ship out, I'm going to use a black. I'm going to send a black and a transparent clear-ish. Oh, it's worse than a TeamU camera. It's just an old cell phone I had laying around. Hey, AWT. Alright, so. These are a lot easier to solder if I give the strands a quick twist. Never mind my silkscreen air, or for some reason I decided to plant a capacitor on the silkscreen. It's alright, that's fixed in the newer revision of the board. You can get these power supplies out because people have been buying them. Okay. Lastly, this orange. Takes a while to get this all soldered in. If it was not for the cost, I would just throw a connector in there and be done with it. Not spill my drink with the soldering cable. Polarizer helps. It's nice. Ace! Ace, I don't know if you know this or not, but we have a hardware store called Ace. It has a little jingle that says Ace is the place. There's Ace is the place. I forget the rest of it. But I think of that often. There we go. Holes are just a tad tiny. But you don't want it too big. And apparently my iron is not getting to temperature. There it goes. Okay, got our 3.3 volt. Let's get our grounds. Takes time, but I gotta do these one at a time. And we're gonna boost the temperature of our iron. This big old ground plane sucks up a lot of heat. Touch of flux. Sorry, I was just getting caught up on the chat. Alright. There we go. H, that kind of sucks. I got work tomorrow that I am not looking forward to. There we go, making sure that soaks all in there. Come on. There we go. I can make one DIY for you. Not solder all the parts on. I'll be honest with you, it's kind of a pain in the ass. I have a whole board revision just in simplifying the soldering process. There we go. Cost-wise, it's not going to be much cheaper, maybe $5–10. See if I can get multiples of these to stick in there at the same time. I tried this earlier and it didn't work. I wonder if I was just trying to be too ambitious. Just try 2 at a time. I think I tried like 6 and it ended spectacularly. I think I ended up throwing that board across the room in frustration because they kept moving on me. Come on. There we go. Cut off the extra. So those little bits go flying across my room. It's going to be fun vacuuming up later. E.T. Capacitors. These, a lot of people kind of confused on why I have these in here. They're not necessary for proper operations. Totally run without them. It's more just for extra safety margin, I guess, overhead. Someone smarter than me said it would be a good idea to put them there, so I did. So I did end up ordering different capacitors to go in here in the future, because these are the same that go in the Xbox motherboard, which will work perfectly fine. But I'm going to change them out with smaller polymer capacitors. Yeah, need to clean the iron. Come on. Oh, iron cooled down. There we go. Get the temp. Get the temperature. There we go. There we go. Much better. Next up is the hard drive connector. Strip about 1/2 inch back. Start with the grounds. Oh, I've also found out the hard way. If you accidentally swap the 5 volt and the 12 volt on the hard drive connector, you kill a hard drive, or an SSD at least. They don't like that. You also kill the SATA adapter. So, word of the wise, just don't do that. So let's get this sitting in here straight. There we go. Much better. Jumped the gun on that one. Where are we at? There we go. I haven't even bothered with it. It was a pretty junky SSD anyways. Did not like the performance. Only worked half the time anyways. I kind of just used it as a tester. And this last test was what happens if you use the wrong voltage by accident. So it's kind of why I test all the power supplies. All right. I believe that's everything for the soldering side. What's kind of cool though is my power supply saw that there was a problem and just powered off. It wouldn't. It still killed the SSD, but the SATA controller or SATA adapter, it didn't damage. Not until I disabled the safety feature in the power supply, and then it let up the magic smoke. So, note to self, trust the safety feature. I don't know about you guys, but just something about sliding these in is, oh, so satisfying. if you can get them. Then 3.3 volt. 5 volt. I wish whoever designed this would have actually spaced out the rails with a ground in between. There we go. That one's in. Let's do some quick testing. See if our top camera's back. Loading. And did it crash again? Program I use has this weird bug where if the charger's plugged in while you're trying to start the application, it crashes. So I have to make sure I unplug the charger to get it to start. While I'm at it, where'd that go? Alright, well. Let's do some basic testing. Grab our voltmeter. Voltages. Power supply is not a huge fan of being ran Why don't I just do this for now? Unlock. No, we don't want that one. Wait a minute, I know why the audio cut. Let's get that out of the way. Alright. I wasn't muted. I switched to this other source I had. Let me go back to it real quick. It doesn't have a microphone input, so hang on a second. There we go. Sorry, guys. I was talking to myself. I blame Booter. Why? Because. Alright. 3.3 standby. 3.3 switched. 12 volt switch. 5 volt switch. Yaki! I see you, bud. I forgot. My hands are full. Five volt is 5 volt. 12 volt is 12 volt. Alright. So those initial tests are done. Next, let's test on a board. This motherboard's special. She's dumb. Has a problem. Kind of similar to what Morse described the other day with his his board he was working on. It'll start running. As it heats up, it freezes. The more I use it, the more it starts locking up, which is fine for what I just need it to do, which is just a preliminary power on test. Plug that in. Plug that in. Cheers. Oh, it's good. Can I get this to... Let's see here. Let's tighten this up a little bit. It's a little floppy. Kind of like Jason. There we go. Alright. Let's tell the Xbox to pop. Should pop up XBlast. There we go. Power supply works. Logic works. Everything's good. Unlike the OEM power supplies, is after you unplug them, there's not any juice sitting behind. So, unplug that real quick. Grab this one. Plug it in. Test source. Power on. Looks like it's going to boot XBlast. And it is. Alright. Thanks, Yankee. Same to you. If you got kids, happy Father's Day to you too. And making sure I wasn't stupid and accidentally put one of those in reverse polarity. Okay. Next up, those two boards have to get ultrasonically washed, and then I got to load test it. Which I need to buy more of these because this is what I've been doing to load test them, because I can adjust the pull that I'm putting onto the power supply. Yeah, I don't even see how that was remotely funny, Makina. Nice try, I guess. Alright, grab some more boards. Put that there. That goes here. Actually, do. So I got these. I've tested these. Put that one back for now. There we go. Takes a little while to test these things. Obviously, you just can't fire it up and go, oh, it's all set. It works. And you gotta load. Takes time. So I don't have a whole lot of them raring to go. These literally just kind of sit on top. Anybody interested for one of these, I'm going to let you know now. I am working on a new revision. I have one of the test boards already. And it looks like absolute mess because it was a early change. I got bodges all over the place because I screwed up the logic. Not sure how, but I did. But long story short is pulled in the footprint a little bit. It's a little bit shorter this way. Let's see here. And it's truly universal. It'll work 1.0 to 1.6. All you have to do is change a couple modes on the back of the board, move a couple of resistors around, add a jumper, and that's it. Functionally, though, they do the same thing. Alright, there we go. Let's do the next one. Really not all that exciting, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. In reality, I just got bored putting these together, so that's why I decided to stream. And why is my power flickering? I heard a boom, too. Yeah, it will. I don't hear anybody screaming. missing a zip tie on this one. Where'd they go? Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to get to that point, Yaki. Actually, I take that back. There's you may be looking for revision 2.3, 2.4, maybe 5, I don't know. There's going to be a version, since it's just going to be using a couple of 0 ohm resistors to kind of set the mode. Been toying with the idea of using some type of MCU like an ESP32, RP2040, or whatever, with a little readout display that would allow you to press a button and switch back and forth between the two modes. Then what you could do is use, well, the 20 pin's obviously going to work for 1.2 to 1.6, but then the reason I stuck with this footprint is then I could take the connector that I pulled off an Xbox, and I may have too much solder on here to do it, but yeah, there's too much solder on the pins. It's not clean enough. I got one around here somewhere, but this will snap onto there, solder it in, and you can just change your harness out. Potentially could, yeah. You can go through and I guess you can create a breakout board that takes the main output and then splits it off into 2 different configurations. Could do that as well. Found out the hard way. There's an up and a down to these stupid little nylon nuts. I went with nylon to prevent accidental ground loops because I didn't properly isolate the 2 ground planes. Only want one ground connection. There we go. Those are done. Get these ready for load testing. I've already ran them through the wash, but I forgot to put their capacitors on. And I need to put the pins on. I don't know. I'm thinking I'm going to have music here soon, guys. What do you guys think? Drop that capacitor. There we go. My desk is just getting messier and messier. Oh, that would be actually nice, Makina. I've actually been to several of their concerts when I was younger. They were old farts then, and they're not any younger. I remember going to one of their concerts when I was really young at this amphitheater. And then it got canceled due to a tornado. It never... I don't think the tornado ever actually occurred that night, but I want to say like a month later, one did come through and completely wipe out the amphitheater. So, fun story. Alright, let's try to keep to this at one thing at a time. Oh, I forgot to snap the rails off of this one. Let's see here. There's that. I know I have... This is always the fun part, putting these damn pins in. Connects this way, and that goes there. Really need to print out a wire diagram. Let's double check that real quick. Yep. Alright. Alright, I gotta find some music. This silence is driving me nuts. That's typically why I break those rails off at the end. Alright. Woo, that's loud. Alright. Let me know how that is, guys. Struggle enough with the thoughts in my head. Need something to drown them out. Got that backwards. Not that it matters, I'm just switching it with another ground, but... There we go. tell you what, I really wish Mick Gordon had some DRM-free stuff. All right. One down. All right, let's see here. Tab towards me. I don't see any weird flashing issues. A couple of these I had a weird flashing issue. Like some of the pins were covered. So I gotta check that. Oh. Yes. You're 100% Makina. That was a beautiful soundtrack. I bought the official soundtrack for that one. Doesn't mean I can stream it, obviously, but... And yes, Makina, I got Jack Daniels here somewhere, but I'm just enjoying a nice light beer. Maybe I should see if I can train my kiddos to connect these harnesses together. Capacitors. Almost forgot again. Where's my other ones? Here's my 6.3. Ah, here's my 16s. I also forgot something on here. Why'd you go blurry? There we go. Forgot the hard drive connector. We'll get the 3 of these done up and then switch over to the hard drive connector. They don't want to be, so they won't be. Same reason I don't show my face that much. It's not that I don't mind showing you guys who I am. It's more that they don't want to be on the stream, so I don't show them. Simple as that. Come on. There we go. Clean off all the flux residue with some IPA when I do some testing. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Alright. This is a pretty good soundtrack though, I like it. I am coming to despise this connector. Because if you do not have your wires 100% aligned, they won't engage properly. Like if you got the slightest twist in it, it's no good. It'll jam up in there. I mean, if you got them in the right gauge of wire, yeah. Won't work with this connector. See what I mean? If you don't have it exactly right. But DuPonts really don't handle the thicker gauge wire. Come on. There we go. Oop, missed one, which you guys can't see. Sorry about that. Which I guess I could swing the scope over since I'm going to be soldering the hard drive stuff now. Ugh, and I crashed. Crash and burn. Hey, look, it's an anchor cable. And to show you, that camera is... Do I have the overlays? Yes. That camera. Like I said, I just use a cell phone. Turn that off. Go to the scope. Let's grab our... Yes, Makina, you are right. There we go. Usually after all the testing and stuff that I do, I find out which ones are going to pop out and get them secured at that point. Okay. Grab our hard drive. Brand new hard drive cables. Nevin, I can't ever say that I have installed drivers for a keyboard before. I just plug it in and it works. And that's including my RGB controlled ones. So, WTF. Where are we at? Here we are. Just a touch of flux on the wire. Doesn't need much. There we go. Let's tighten up our 5-volt line. This one doesn't need as much. Calling us nerds while the king nerd himself shows up. And I will clean that up during testing. Pardon me. Cheers, Booter. No, you're the wizard nerd. Or nerd wizard or something along that line. Although you're a young one, only 500 some years old. I know you can't really see what I'm doing. I'm not doing anything all that exciting, so. Field of depth's awfully low. Oh. I wish, Booter, I wish. This has been taking up most of my time. Got people that want them. But I also want people that want power supplies. I got people that want just regular consoles. People needing Open Xenium stuff, and I'm waiting for stuff to arrive from China, and got to spend some family time. Then I got my regular job, and it's chaotic right now. Fire up the Achi anymore just to make sure I don't have dust burning up on or building up on the plates. Reflow that, make it look pretty. There we go. You heard nothing, Booter. You heard nothing. That is a tough call, Nevin. As it stands right now, I would recommend, if you're strictly looking for HDMI, you know, if you're fine with just HDMI, okay, get a Electron Shepherd X Out. Okay, it's about the best HDMI, plug-and-play HDMI solution I have found. Now, if you want an internal HDMI solution, I'm not going to say the Stellar is a bad option, okay? It's just a pricey one. Where is it? Got one here somewhere. All right. It's a pricey solution. It's because you got to get it and the Stellar mod chip, and that's going to cost you close to $200. There is this on the way, and there's another one on the way out. It's the OXHD. It's in development. To be fair, it's been in development for a while, but you know, things take a while, so there's nothing wrong with that. And I drop it, of course. I personally would wait for that because it's just solely because it's going to be a cheaper alternative. And again, Stellar's a good option. I would only really recommend, though, because of the cost, that you get the Stellar if you have a CPU upgraded console. Because at the current moment, it's the only one that really supports the CPU upgrades. I know he's got test firmware coming out here soon, or he's testing firmware publicly that has additional features that make it more appealing, and some of them are pretty cool. His net ISO loading is neat. I like that. But it's not neat enough for me to justify. Personally, I cannot justify the cost. Now, for somebody else, it might be. I can't speak for that. Yeah, nothing for Retro Gem yet. And Nem is selling his as well, too. His is like $60. I used to have a couple of those in stock, but not anymore. I can get more. I don't have anything against them. His does tend to have issues with lower revision boards with the 1.0, 1.1s. Some people think it's software. I don't think it's software. But I'm not really sure what I think it is, so... That hit the camera. Let go. There we go. Alright, that's those three. Move my beer so I can see who messaged me. I would say doing anything other than doing any of that, Nevin, before the CPU upgrade is putting the cart before the horse. Ask anybody here in chat, anybody that's done the upgrades. They are not surefire. They are difficult. They are not guaranteed success. You know, some people have more success than others. It's not an easy mod to do. And honestly, before putting all that effort into another board, or putting all that modding effort into a board and then to CPU upgrade it, just not a good way of doing it. I am going to be honest with you, bud. I highly do not recommend that. Okay. I need to build some more boards. So here's Uno. First we're gonna yeah, I've had a few successes. Pardon me. I had 4 successful, you know, just bing, bam, boom. Got them. They were great. Ooh, that is horribly aligned. But And then when I went back to do them again, you know, I had nothing but trouble. Alright, let's get some paste in these things. Real funny, Booter. Real funny. Hey, Sean. How you doing, bud? What I should have done was also get a stencil for this, but yes, Booter, it did. Alright. This is old solder paste, so I am not expecting good things out of it. But I just need to get it used up, so I'm going to fight through it. Key thing is, it's what works best to get into these little pins. I'm really only doing this because I'm running low on my spool of solder. I ordered a replacement and it just hasn't shown up yet, so I'm trying to get this last little bit used up. Okay, so in this disaster of a workspace I have, where is my stuff? Set this down. Set this down. Here's my box. That's for all revisions. That's 1.6. We're not doing anything 1.6 related. It's all revisions. 1.6. 1.6. All. All. 1.6. Where'd the little baggie go for these inductors? Just put them in here for now. Yeah, no Sean again, Makina. Not, well, we got the good Sean, not the furry Sean. 1.6. 1.4s. Those get soldered on last. 1.4. All. I need to get another box just to separate the 1.6 to the non 1.6. But again, that's only going to apply to this iteration of board. The next iteration I have just has a single BOM. I only added 2 components. Actually, let's 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get 4 of these inductors out. 2, 3, 4. And to double check, these are the actual coil crafts. What are you? You are the 44.2. You're the 44.2. I only need 1 of those. Alright, let's see here. What am I looking for? I'm looking for... Yes. I've yet to find a good way to do this manually. Again, I spent a lot of time revising this so I could just PCBA it. This is R30. I don't want R30. 18, 30, I don't need yet. This is R3, I do need that. Four of these, 1, 2, 3, come on, 4. Tiny little buggers. Six of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops, I don't need 6 of those. I needed 3 of those. And I lost my tweezers in this mess. Three of those, and then 3 of these. Same resistance, same value, just a different package size. Had most of these boards PCBA'd, but when I did these, they just didn't have the size I needed. Alright, and then number 18. $22. 29 and 27 I do not have any flux on. Be a lot easier if I actually used a stencil. All right. And then we need to line up pin 1, which, where the fuck is that again? Down. It's this way. Okay, one's there, and then so paying extra next time to have this done in factory. No questions asked. And my wife sneezed in the background. All right. Bit of extra flux. Yeah, you are. That goes there. Come on. Do not see. There we go. Oop, I'm overheating that coil. Come on. Sit square. Alright, let that cool. Oh, hang on. This value is wrong, so I need to remove it. I'll replace that with the proper one in a bit. I got way too much paste on this one. It's alright. Pretty easy to remove. Got too much air. That's what's going on. Then I see good solder on there. Gonna message her that booter, and it's gonna freak her out, which I absolutely love. All right. Okay. There we go. Suck that one up. Well, I can buy the buck converters directly from the manufacturer for about $2 to $3 a piece. I mean, they're not expensive. This side didn't even solder down. The problem is buying them from at the PCB house. It was going to cost, I want to say $12 a piece. So initially I was like, yeah, it's way too expensive. You know, I'm going to just do it myself. And yeah, I'm starting to think it's well worth it. There we go. Yep, wife is embarrassed now. That's fine. Let's get that blob of solder off of there. It's part of our voltage divider circuit. That's well soldered on. Oh, that's what I should have done. I should have fixed this up. And even if you do get them PCBA'd, you still got to go back and fix them. Especially when you have heavy components like this inductor. It's actually going to be easier to turn it this way. Yeah, it's not all their fault because it's a big ol' heavy weight and it's hard to keep it in place. And they asked me too before shipping if I was okay manually fixing these. They would have done it, but added an additional cost. Come on, you floating yet? Alright, nothing. So we are going to increase a little bit of air and increase the temperature. There we go. While I'm at it, I see a couple of points right through there that are not soldered in. Where'd I go? Let's get this point entirely loaded up. And I just burnt the crap out of the flux. Yeah. Yeah, Makina, it's kind of... Probably should not have done that, but... It's steep for sure, but I did not have any understanding on how much time I was actually going to be investing, so... I thought I was cheapening out, as most things, if, you know... Try to go cheap and you end up spending more. Knocking shit off my desk. Alright, there we go. While we're at it, let's check these other pins. Yep. Cool. Those are soldered in. New layout that I have going on keeps the negative side of these caps a bit closer to the negative side of these caps, though this layout is still significantly better than the evaluation board. I don't want to say better, but closer. So I'm not too worried. I'm not worried about this design at all, actually. But by doing so, it's going to make it a lot easier to get in here and touch up any soldering if needed. Alright, so just to keep things simple, I'm going to do the same thing over and over again. Smother a crap load of paste everywhere and hope for the best. Kind of the worst way to do it, isn't it? 10 out of 10, do not recommend. Come on, there go. There we go. Did I get the... Yep, got the alignment right. Okay. Just that one. How's this coil looking? It's off center too, so yay. Alright, let's drop the air pressure. So I don't blow my parts away again. Camera's moving, making me slightly seasick. I do not know. Oh, I know why. You get over. No. And those two connections are bridged, yes, but... There we go. Boy, I'm slaughtering this one, aren't I? Okay. You get off. You know you have too much solder when. Okay, well, just stay there. I'll clean you up with the soldering iron. Come on. There we go. Let's get C19 off of here. Got the wrong voltage rating. Run it too long and she's going to go boop. Kind of like Jason. All right, let's preheat this. No, don't go over there. Alright, that side was more difficult than it should have been. My 3D prints done, so now the camera's going to stay still. See, that's how that was supposed to work up there. 3 ohm resistor. Let's get the C4 out of here. Come on. Give you a little nudge back in place. This one I can see. Just gotta make sure all those pads have solder. Hold it down. And let's get our big old inductor here. Centered back up. I'll need some more air for that. Big old massive heat source or heat sink. There we go. No, don't go that far. There. Oh, those stink. Let's make sure I accidentally didn't desolder this thing. Yeah, I did a little, but no biggie. Ooh, hot board. Hot. Ah. Hate it when that happens. I accidentally peeled the mask away. Now it's just going to be a big old... Looks like it's going to be a big old bridge. It is a bridge, but they're all tied together at least. Just doesn't look good, you know? It's frustrating. Go. Get this big old blob of solder out of there. those pins are all good. There we go. Again, technically that's a bridge, but those pins are bridged already. Let's see if I can... Yeah. Because solder mask is scratched. Same thing here. My knife edge just does a really good job at scratching the solder mask. So let's clean that up real quick. Double check everything. Other than aesthetics, you know, I don't want those pins bridged, but it only affects the aesthetics. These other pins, the lower pins, that's a bigger deal. Let's get that blob of solder out of there. Oh, it is an OCD nightmare, Makina. Toying with changing the footprint a little bit to see if I can not do that. Have to worry about that again. Need it good enough so I can inspect it. Yep, that's fine. A little extra solder on that one pin, but that's okay. That's what I need to watch out for. That very top one is missing. It's not really connected. Pretty sure I just made it worse. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Good. And that's good. Next. So everyone, welcome to my madness. This is what I've been working on. Alright, so not gonna lie, bit mind numbing. But also very fun for me. Those pins are spaced tight enough that the surface tension of the solder prevents it from the solder from wanting to stick unless you're using a paste. go. Sean! Oh, what value is that? Okay. That is number 22. Pretty sure that's number 22. Wait. Okay, that's right. Now, with the hot air, I must have yeeted a couple of my components away. Just stay there. Okay. Trying to see if I can see where I accidentally blew those parts away. One more of these. Two more of those. Oh, Jesus. That's it. Canceling my subscription to Booter. Sorry, dude. I was focused. I was focusing on what I was doing. All right, where was I before I was rudely interrupted? All right. So for now, we're not going to try to do this with the inductor in place, but off to the side. It's still going to get warmer. Still going to get warm. Warm. Whatever. Did I take those faulty? Yes, I did. Just checking. Just checking to make sure I took C19 and C4 off that other board. No. Almost had it. So that's how I typically expect them to go. I think trying to do it with the inductor in place was throwing me off. Nope, still molten. That was a rookie mistake. If I gotten that board made and had it sent to you, be you willing to assemble it? I send it to you. What board are you talking about, Nevin? Come on, get, there we go. Now we got all the solder into the pins, or pads, or whatever. Let's get that out of there. If you wanted one in blue, I guess. I mean, just know it's take a while to solder. Doing one of these from completely from scratch is several hours. Let's get some of the extra solder out of here. That from a different angle here shortly. Let's go from this angle. Alright, I can't even feel it now because the flux is so burned. So, scrub. That side looks beautiful over there. See how this side looks. Oh, do I have that crooked? No, it doesn't. I think it's just my scope. Yeah, it's just my scope. It may be a little bit further over to the side, but there's so much clearance. Let's double check. It's pretty easy to tell. No short there. No shorts. Also helps if you put the meter on the right. There we go. No shorts. No shorts. Alright, so nothing's shorted. If it was too far over, it would short out to ground. But it's not, so I'm not worried. Clear that. Clear that. Clear that. Yep, those are all connected. Oh, I don't know, Nevin. That's a good question. Depends on how quickly you want it done. Okay. Flip it over. And we're going to use the Omnivice. Can I bring this? Nope. I am maxed out on camera height. Alright. Oh, wait. Nope. I still got one more. One more. Just jumping the gun. Shoot. Thanks, Booter. I got your interruption. Jeez, dude. Do you deal with that the entire time you're streaming? People just messaging you on Discord? Is that how it works? Because I imagine it is. I'm sure some of it's legit, but I'm also sure some of it's just like, really? It's not that I didn't feel your pain, Booter. I understand it. Now you understand, though. Now we're going to do it more. Because you highlighted the fact. Dude. Good luck with that, Booter. Good luck. Alright, so next up I need... Got my inductor. Need my 2 buck converters. Yeah, exactly, Makina. I get people messaging me sometimes like, my Xbox is fragging. Do you know why? Trust me, bud. I wish I did. At least with PS3s, you guys got Syscon. I think I got this one. Yep, pin 1 to 1. Okay, that is buried in there. That's going to be a mess. That's in there. It's going to be a mess. Alright, let's get this soldered in. Let's put that right there. Use it as not only help preheat that inductor, but help shield that other circuit as well. So let's hold you in place. Blast with air. Now, attempt to hold it in place. It was a good thought until I completely messed up and almost yeeted the component clear across the table. Come on, get over there. Alright, good enough. Yeah, oh well. Let's get that out of there. You go up there. Let that solidify and then I'll start working on that inductor. Alright, and AC Poo went live. Right, that's good, that's good, it's good. Needs a little bit of cleanup, but it's fine. Let's tack this into place. Let's try not to yeet it like I was before. There we go. Buck converter. that out of there. Get those back into place. It looks like we don't have enough. Come on, big old blob of solder, go up in those pads. Oh, the surface tension on this is terrible. Alright. Let's flash. Oh! Let's not drop the 400 degrees hot air onto the desk because it's not protected for the heat. Clean that up. Get that big old honking thing out of here. Let's just go back and forth on these pins. Yeah, that's what I thought. The wrong tip for this. There we go. That side turned out alright. Got a little extra solder on that cap, but whatever. Get that cleared up here soon. Oof. I didn't put extra solder on here like I usually do. That's what's different. Okay. Yeah, fresh clean solder, or flux, that helps a lot. Why do I send you another one, Sean? Did you break your other ones? All that extra solder. Goes there. Oop, may have cleared too much off of that one. Let's see if I can grab some of this. Put it over here. There we go. That's a good amount. Oop. Yeah, it's still attached. Okay. Clean, inspect, then I can move on to the bottom side. Pretty sure dropping the alcohol onto the board was not part of the equation. I don't like those connections. Let's get it all cleaned up here and we'll check it. This one looks good though. Alright, let's take a look here. Yep, that looks good. That could be better. Bottom pin doesn't matter too much because it's not connected to anything. Yeah, it looks great. That is absolutely terrible. Can't get... a little different tip work. Let's try this one. Flux. Hard to tell. Flux almost burned up immediately. Yeah, maybe. Hard to say, it's out of focus right now. Made absolutely... it made it worse, actually. Made it all much worse. So those pads are connected, but those are not, and that kind of makes sense. What I need to do because that being such a large copper pad, there's no thermal breaks. Mainly just need to preheat it. So let's preheat it some. Come back here. Okay. That's preheated. Slap down some more flux. Clean the iron tip. Oh yeah, there we go. Goofed up the solder mask a little bit, but you can tell that's a lot better. Not perfect, but it'll do. It doesn't have to be. I hate the fact that the mask comes off so easy on this. Let's clean flux off here and get a better look. Just to be sure. Mother. Alright. Let's try this. It's giving me all kinds of trouble. Hey, Chris. Think that's connected now? There we go, nice and floaty. There. 100% know for a fact. That's connected now. Let's clean and inspect again. Alright. While I scrub, read chat. How many have I built? Quite a few. Probably got 30 or so sitting here right now. That's not including ones I've given to people to help me test. And that one pin's all messed up looking, but that's because I screwed up the solder mask. But that's a lot better. Check the other side. Again, I screwed up the solder mask. It'll work, just not pretty. I'm gonna put a mark on this one. I want to track it. Alright, now, moving on to the bottom side. Nice thing is if I don't have to look up what components are because I just put them all down here. Alright, so I do know I need R26. Or R26. Need R2. Let's put some flux on here. Why do you say that, Booter? Huh? Sean Bottom? Yeah, he bought he bought his. I gave him one to test with because I figured if somebody could mess it up, it'd be him. I know I need R30. Let's not bridge that. Alright, and then I need to set my 3.3 volt. This section got a complete rework. Then I need to set my 5 volt hard drive. Yeah, I remember you struggled, Sean. Promise you the new version is going to be a walk in the park. So there's that. Some nice 0 ohms, nice and easy. Nah, you're fine, Booter. If anything, I think we corrupted you from your when we're in your chat. This is R30. Yes, that's the wrong footprint, but it's fine. And R18, which is a nice 80.6K. Alright, and I'm back. Sorry, talking dinner plans. Don't you flip up and get out of here. All these are used to set what mode this operates in, if it's a 1.6 or lower. There we go. Nice and easy. All right. Yeah, see, the nice thing is when I go mute, it shows in the lower corner down here. All right. But yeah, discussing dinner details. Crusty iron. Did I drink all my beer? I did now. Ooh, that was warm. Got a macro set up so where the input level, the ambient noise and everything like that, a gate essentially, if it's below a certain level, it automatically triggers. Or I also have a stream deck that I can use to manually trigger it on and off. It was just a summer shandy. That was the beer I was drinking. Basically a light beer and a lemonade mixed together. It's a nice little summertime beer, you know? Not much of a beer drinker. If it was later in the evening, I probably would have had a Guinness or something like that. I don't like how little... Is that even soldered? May have to touch that up. Yeah, a summer shandy. Beer and lemonade. It's really good. There's a microbrew here in town during the winter. They sell a ermine float. There we go. All right, let's see here. There we go. What? I don't have the farts. I don't have the fart sound effects. I just have these. I just have this. That's Jason. That's... Yes. La 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 la. I don't like D2. D2, which is technically a resistor. That one's well connected at least. Ew, that one looks like hot garbage. Okay, any others I need to touch up? Maybe C40 there. And okay. Yeah, it's StreamBot that automates those commands for you. Oh, I need to tin these yet. Come on. There you go. Did I forget this one? Must have. That one's got some smooch on it. Okay. Put that one's there. That R30. That one there. That 0 ohm. That 0 ohm. I'm amazed on how much zero ohm jumpers like that work in this scenario. I guess that's kind of what they're built for. Okay. I guess I kind of jumped around and forgot to move the camera. Sorry about that, guys. go. One more. Real riveting stuff, huh, guys? Oh. Alright, those look fine. Those look fine. Let's go ahead and tin these. Always forget about R30. Go. We'll say it's easier than an open xenium. Plop these down into place real quick and put my bags away. 30. Two zeros of 1206, 2 zeros of 608. There we go. Pardon me. There we go. But we will clean off some of that extra solder on this one. Go. That board is deceptively hot. Actually, we're going to leave that on. Change our solder tip to a BCM3. Stab my foot with the pair of cutters. Hurt like hell. Yeah, that's boogie. Cool. Alright. Let that heat up. Grab our Berg connector. How many did I do? 4? Grab 4 of these. was hoping to do that and land it on so you can see. But apparently I'm just going to drop it all over the place. Where are we at? Rip. Get a little bit of Resident Evil vibes off of this song. It's a very worn out BCM3 booter. Very worn out. All right. Can we switch to... Oh, that went down again. Oh, because... Don't plug it in. Come on, turn off. Oh, well. turn on. Yes, I know your battery's at 0%. Well, you got power. Meter, power meter. There we go. And we're going to zoom this in a little bit. By the way, Booter, my one camera, where is it? Oh, it crashed again. Did it? No. I accidentally closed it. Hey. Alright, let's see here. Cam overlays. This camera is just this phone. Okay, now let's zoom in. Get this out of the way. Should work for now. Oh, it's a little jittery. There it goes. That may have been a bad idea. Okay, got 3.2 there. Okay, 3.2, 5, and 12. That one's working. Doesn't mean it's 100%, but it's at least generating voltages. Snap. .2 standby. Let's actually switch to that ground. That's easier. 3.2. 5. 12. Let's move this up here. Holy cow, it's Monk. Long time no see, bud. Hopefully life has been well. And ET, that's a distinct possibility. I've done this once and had one of the buck converters just go poof, like straight off the board. It was a sight to see. .3 standby. 3.3 switched. 12. And 5. Reads a little low because there's no load. the display. My multimeter? Talking about my multimeter. Okay, there's 3.3. .3, 12, 5. They're all working. Been pretty well, Monk. Hopefully you've been well yourself. Turn that off. Go to there. That goes there. Paste away. Guess I could go ahead. Well, let me put stuff away. It's one of those things where you can buy one for $6, or you could buy 500 for $10. So I have way more than what I need. Way more than what I have boards for. Surprisingly, only one of those went to the floor. Saw another one run away somewhere. Oh well. Let's see here. You know what? This is what I want to do. I don't have much time left because the wife is on her way to go get my Father's Day meal. So I'm going to take the time and sit and eat with them. Where? Oh, where? Still need to clean this board, and still needs to run through the ultrasonic. Turn that on. So I got that powered off. Yes. All right. there. Do a quick little stress test on this thing. Stick the battery there. Apparently, I have our Dorito chip. Here, Joe. All right. You put that hard drive header on the other... Yeah, I put those all on. Sorry, it took me a minute. Ran out of mineral spirits. I think I got some MEK in the garage, but I actually need that for a project. I think it's MEK or MKE or something like that. But rag soaked in IPA and some heat does a pretty good job too. Just takes longer. Go. Nice and clean. Do the same thing to this. Yeah, that video got dark when I switched cameras. this all cleaned up. This one's been scorched pretty good. Not scorched, scratched. Just how they come sometimes, I guess. That was a little warm. Hey, Ed. All right, what'd you link, Booter? Oh. Oh, those are nice. Yeah, I got mineral spirits, which usually just melts this stuff right off. Or had. I'm just out. I've been too lazy to go get more. Also got, like I said earlier, I got some MKE or MEK or MEK or whatever. But I need it for another project. It's a paint thinner, Sean. You got to be careful using it too. A, it's highly flammable, more so than IPA. At least I think. Don't really need to spread it on the CPU, but I do. And but it just pretty much turns that pink stuff to goo. I need to get a longer brush to clean the CPU heat sinks. That is really odd. Can't seem to find any of my GPU brackets. Did I drop one? Huh. Alright, well, let me go grab another one from the bins. clean up the GPU fan. Probably gonna replace this one, so I'm not gonna make it too shiny. Yeah, I can feel those bearings in there pretty shot. Stick that in. Let's put that fan. Oh. Why is that so dark? And that's blinding. I mean, there's a shit ton of light here. All right, let me see something. So my big old belly. Alright, that's a little bit better. Contrast is off, but for a phone that was destined for the trash that I'm using as a camera, hey, not too bad. Go. Oh yeah, chat. I forgot. All right. Yeah, I know to be careful with MEK mech. It is nasty stuff for sure. We're actually using it to strip some adhesive underbody stuff off. It just turns it into goo. The problem is you got to make sure you got plenty of ventilation. We're waiting on respirators. You use MEK to clean flux? I bet that would definitely do the job. So we are, to answer your question, Ed, on how the new power supply is doing. It's doing great. Works great. Does what I want. I'm just going to turn it on here. Get this ready to kind of stress test a little bit. Because this board just came out of the ultrasonic. Dropped the screw. Figured test the board and the power supply at the same time. I gotta send the power supply through the ultrasonic yet, so I'm not doing a full configuration on it. Not setting up the USB-C module. Put these screws in before I forget. Wish I could magnetize these. Be perfect otherwise. Come on. Well, I am selling them, Ed. Just kind of doing limited access to it because, you know, one, A, I can only build so many so quickly, and B, you know, it's new to me, new to everybody else. I want to make sure I got it right. So if it were to go south, I don't want to have to redo everything from the ground up. Master. I have no idea what I have on this power supply or hard drive. So, actually, let's not do that. I need to format a new drive anyways, so let's just set up a new one. No worries, Ed. I know what that's like. Done the same thing. Okay, that's there. All right. Something went down. I don't have the daughter board, but it's not mandatory. Oh, of course that fails on me. Hang on. Yeah, that stupid thing's overheating. What do you expect for a cheapie? Let's not plow the lights out. Hang on a second. There. Not the best camera, but it'll work. messed something up here. Likely my pinout. Because 9 times out of 10, that's what I screw up. Yeah, I'm getting no 3.3 volt. Got good 5. Good 12. Why do I have no 3.3? Well, first and foremost, let's test the simplest thing. Different power supply. See if it's the board, because again, ran this through the ultrasonic, so I could have easily damaged something there. Anything there, that's there. Have a known good power supply somewhere. Oh, dirt. That's not the good one. I mean, it's a good one, but it's not my trusty one. It's literally right here. No, get down in there. The fact that my camera's overheating, this is fighting me. Gonna call it an end to the stream here soon. But I just want to see if it's the power supply or the Xbox board. Because we tested these earlier on another board and they worked just fine. Ooh. Interesting. What to make out of that? That one works fine. Man, that GPU fan is dead though. That's a fun one. We tested that power supply in another 1.0 board and it booted fine. Put it in this one and it doesn't work. Put in another power supply and it works fine. So, what is different? Ah, fuck. I think I see the problem. My input cap is not soldered. Alright, so... let's see here. Where are we at? Here we go. Yeah. Must have been too rough with it, because look at this. Damn. I am not impressed with some of this PCB quality. Toward the trace here. Toward up here. Fucking hell. And it wasn't even that... It wasn't rough with it. Just put it down in the bin. Pulled it back out. That would definitely explain why I don't have a 3.3 volt. Let's try a different one. That pisses me off. Alright, well, between that and my scope not wanting to behave, I'm just going to make sure this power's on, and then I'm going to call it a night, because when I start breaking shit like that by accident, I start getting pissed off, and trust me, nobody has a good time afterwards. So, let's make sure this shit at least powers on. I don't even have a daughter board in for the controller. Fucking son of a bitch. I'm looking at this board, and I forgot to replace this one cap, so it's still missing. Still works without. It's just filtering high frequencies. Can't sell it that way, obviously. But for just testing, to make sure I didn't fucking damage it, it's fine. Alright. There's that. There's that. I want this. I don't even know where my damn receiver's at. Here it is. Oh. Trying to figure out why it's not powering on, and I was about ready to fucking throw this through the window. This would help. Standby voltage is 3.301. Switched 3 volt is 3.301. 5 volt is 4.999. 12 volt, 12.03. Not too bad. System, utilities. Format the hard drive. Let's plug in the network. Network activity. Pull up the zip FileZilla. One, two, three. Xbox, Copy over the stock dashboard. Where'd I put that? Here we go. All right. Thank you. Wrap it up. Alright, well, apparently one of the songs I was playing that is marked YouTube safe was not YouTube safe, so I got it kind of buried now. You guys all still there? Am I still there? Shouldn't be muted anymore. Still got stuff copying over. While that's copying over, let me grab a DVD drive. Thank you, Buter. I will. It's going to be just a cheeseburger. Actually, this may not work, because that SATA adapter does not like this hard drive. Come on. How much is there left to transfer? Takes forever doing it this way, but it works. It should still work, even though those two don't want to work together. Stock BIOS should be fine. And I just got a USB extension cable. Because... where did I put it? I don't know where I put it, but... oh, here it is. Using this to do the Cyclomon to program the is it Cyclops chip? Yeah, the Cyclops chip on the 1.6s. My little USB hub's right here. And now I can bring it right over here. Perfect length. Nice. Thanks, Booter. While that's going, okay, close out those emails. Good. All right, that's done copying. Let's see. Let's make sure this is still. Yep. Okay. Turn that off. Plug that in. Plug that in. We'll need to lock this hard drive. Oh, it's the very top one. Lock it. Alright, actually I was going to T-sop it, but let's check to make sure this is working. I haven't tested this drive, so I don't know. Looks like it works. Oh,
EA Sports. It's in the game.
That was loud. Sorry. Cool. So let's turn that off. I need to FTP over XBlast. Create directory, BIOS. Desktop, Xbox. Do I have... No. Need to add that real quick. Hang on. There we go. Sorted. BIOSes. There we go. Had to transfer over XBlast to... Okay, I already pulled the drive out. Plug in a flash drive. Gonna T-sop this and then call it a night. Maybe. Some of these don't play well. Nope. Alright, I'm going to have to do this the old way. I've noticed the notice that some of the endgame exploits just don't work with a super old 1.0s. Not sure why, not sure how. I don't understand any of it, but my food is here. It's time for me to go. I was hoping I can flash it, but it starts to boot. You see it flash in the code, the LED saying it's getting into XBlast. But after that, it just doesn't go anymore. It reboots. So, calling it a night, folks. Catch you later. So the fathers out there, happy Father's Day. Hope you had a good one. Sean, you are a skill issue.